Okay, good morning, everybody. Gentlemen, put it away. Otherwise, we'll have a problem. Okay, Doug? No? Okay, DL's good to see you. Yuvia, Maya, Giselle, Lacey, Jeremiah, Adam, good to see you all. You should have received lesson 12 worksheet by text, so that is tonight's homework. Verse quiz for Friday. I remembered is Proverbs 14:12. 14:12. Okay, so give you a full week this time to memorize it. Okay, instead of just a couple days. Okay, Doug, Doug, don't need to, right? Okay, huh? Yes. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's get this week started. Okay, and the day. We'll pray. You want to pray? Go ahead. No, go pray. Yeah, yeah, you're gonna pray. Shh. Ricky's gonna pray for us, so please be quiet. Shh. Yes, you are. Amen. Well, then why weren't you in class? There you go. Okay. Hopefully we can finish our notes today, but this is where we left off, and this is on page what? 87? 97? 102. Okay, page 102. Shh. Okay, please, less talk. I can get more done. Okay. Okay, our next one. Under the wife is a crown to her husband. Second or Titus 2:5. To be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed. So what do you think the crown is? Hey, gentlemen, gentlemen, no more, no more. Okay, okay. The crown is that they're pure, they're chaste. Okay, what's the corruption? Obviously, the opposite, impure. Pure in a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, okay. Okay, the third one, Ephesians 5:22 to 23. Wives, submit your husbands. Submit yourselves one to another in the fear of the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body. Charts out. Okay. So the crown here, reverent obedience. Okay. Respect is involved in these words. It's not that the husband says, do this, do this, do this. Okay, but it's a respect that she wants to do things for him. Okay. So obviously the corruption would be, on the other time, the domineering. Now, unfortunately, you have these situations that the husband just doesn't want to do anything. So that the wife has to be the more domineering one because the husband's not taking his role. Okay? Number 4, Titus 2:4, that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children. Okay? The crown here, immovable affection. That affection for her family cannot get removed, cannot be moved from her. Okay? Therefore, the obvious corruption of part of that she loves other things besides her family, her home. Okay, the next one, number 5. Proverbs 31:12 and 23. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. So her crown delights in his honor. He isn't jealous because he has the honor, but is Ricky, that's one. But he she has enjoyment in his prestige. Okay? The corruption there seeks her own glory. Okay? Ready? Number 6, the next one. Proverbs 10:12. Hatred stirreth up strife, but love covereth all sins. So her crown, she's private concerning his faults. Okay? She's not broadcasting what her husband does wrong. Okay? She's keeping it in-house. Okay? Therefore, the corruption part of that is that she criticizes him. And it becomes a criticism of openness. Amethyst, please don't sing. Okay, number 7. Proverbs 14:1. Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands. Her crown, she's prudent in family management. She's building her house. She's building the right characteristics in the home that need to be there, the right principles, putting them into practice. The corruption part of this, she's lazy. She's wasteful. She doesn't care about what needs to get done. And so she's thinking about herself in this regards. Okay, the next one. Proverbs 31:27 to 28. She looketh well to the ways of her household. Yep, okay. To their household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children arise up and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praiseth her. So her crown is domestic because it's involved in what the family is giving to her for her role. The corruption, she's sloppy. She brings shame to the home instead of glory. Okay, the next one. Ready? Okay. Next one. Proverbs 31:26. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. Her crown, kind and considerate. Therefore, the corruption part of it, she's bitter and critical. Okay, done? Bitter and critical. Okay, next one. Number 10. The passage is Proverbs 31:30. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Her crown, faithful or fearful of the Lord. She's trying to know more about God in her role as a wife. The corruption part, she's not interested in any spiritual things. And eventually, that's going to show up in her attitude, in her behavior, in her mannerism of the home, in her establishment of the principles that we know a godly woman should be putting in. Okay? So, that's the wife. The wife is a crown to her husband. Let's go to the other side of this story. You guys ready? The husband is a savior to his wife. Okay? And the only reason it's a capital S here is just because of the way it's in the sentence. Okay? Okay, so he must meet her needs. He's the provider, or should be the provider. And it's not just the physical needs, okay, or it's not just clothes and food and that a house, whatever. It's the needs of what we talked about the other day from you ladies, that what you would like the men to do for you. Show respect, okay? You mentioned a whole lot more, but that it goes into this needs aspect in that regards also. Need for security. The opportunity to care for her family. Most women look forward to the opportunity that they have to care for their family, their kids, their husband, their well-being of the house itself, the home. Well, he must not only meet her needs, he must cherish her. So what's the cause of most unhappy marriages? Okay? I mean, there are probably a lot of things we could put into here. Let's put it into 2 words. Selfishness, and a lot of times immaturity. Because they haven't either been taught how to, or they haven't had the desire to learn how to. Okay? And this is both man and woman. Okay? If I choose her for her beauty, I shall love her no longer than while that contains. But if I love her for her virtues, then, though all other sandy foundations fail, yet will my happiness remain entire. That was from Bishop Beveridge. And that's so true because beauty, and you know the phrase, beauty is only skin deep. But at the same time, beauty goes deeper because if you can look beyond the appearance and get to know the person, then you're going to have more love for that person or you're going to avoid that person. Okay? But if you're married, before you get married, know the person you're about to marry. Okay? Know the person. You're even if we can go back down, know the person you're about to date. Because those dates lead to marriage. They do. Okay? Okay. That's going to conclude this one, this lesson 12. So tonight's homework is lesson quiz worksheet, lesson 12 quiz worksheet. And get that done. It's not that hard. And tomorrow we'll start 13. So DL's just a little sooner than normal. But have a good morning. We'll see you in science where we're going to talk about more about waves. So I'll wave goodbye to you right now. Bye.
All right, guys, page 39 in your vocab books. Everyone look at Spelling List 5A. Spelling List 5A. These are your words that are illustrating rule number 4. Okay, so also open up to page 4. Rule number 4 is, in adding a suffix to a word ending in silent E, retain the E if the suffix begins with a consonant, drop the E if the suffix begins with a vowel. So if you're adding a suffix to a word that has a silent E on the end, if your suffix begins with a consonant, so let's say M-E-N-T, so meant, or anything that begins with a consonant, you need to keep the E, okay? If your suffix is beginning with a vowel, so I-N-G, E-D, E-N, all of those, then you need to drop the vowel. But notice how there are exceptions to the rule. So number 10 is an exception to the rule, number 7, number 12, and then number 20 and number 15. Okay, all those are exceptions to the rule. So notice aching, okay? My root word is ache, A-C-H-E. Obviously, my suffix is ing, beginning with a vowel. Notice how the silent E in ache is dropped. Okay, same thing with actuating. Advertisement, notice how M-E-N-T is my suffix. Advertise is my word. There's a silent E there. I kept the E because my suffix is beginning with a consonant. But notice how number 7, awful, okay? This one, obviously, it's exception to the rule. A superscript number after a word indicates the rule, which part of the rule it is. Okay, notice how, obviously, awe is my root word in that case, A-W-E. But notice how my suffix is beginning with a consonant, but it dropped the E. So notice how this is an exception to the rule. Same thing with courageous. Courage is my root word. I would normally drop the E since my suffix is beginning with an O, but that is an exception to the rule. Same thing with duly. My root word is do. Ly is my suffix, but I dropped the E still. Hoeing, same thing, I kept the E, and then serviceable, I kept the E. So make sure that you are studying those, which words are exceptions, and then remember your rule. That'll help you. So go ahead and turn to page number 40. Let's go over our list. Tonight for homework, you're doing 1 through 6 twice, 1 through 6 twice in your vocab, and your definitions, okay? So not just the words, but also the definition, okay? 1 through 6 in vocab. So let's go through these. I'm going to give the word. Please read out the definition nice and loud. Everyone should be turned to page number 40. Okay, number 1, adulterate. Good. Number 2, construe. Number 3, convulse. Number 4, disperse. Number 5, disseminate.
Scatter abroad, as in sowing seed, to spread abroad opinions, knowledge, etc.
And then number 6, edify.
To build up in faith and holiness through instruction.
Good. Hey, Doug, if you're doing my homework right now, please put it away. Otherwise, it's mine. Same thing that goes for everybody else doing other homework in my class. Okay? For spelling, it'll be next Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday the 19th. List 5A. Okay, so we have all this week to study this list. Okay, so tonight is vocab and definitions 1 through 6 twice. Okay? 5A. All right, go ahead and put that away. Take out your literature books really quickly. Yes.
Wait, so we have to write each word down twice?
Yes, and the definitions. Okay, your vocab books. Quickly turn to In Hinds Feet in High Places on page number 133. 133. Okay, well, hopefully this is the right HDMI cord. Okay, page number 133. In Hinds Feet on High Places. You were to read over the weekend, page 133 and 138. So continue reading that. We'll go over what our homework is tonight. But in your book, go to page number 133. At the top, allegory. Obviously, we kind of just went over what an allegory was in the beginning of class on Friday. But if you remember, an allegory is a narrative or description in which the characters, places, and other items are symbols. Okay, so obviously, if you know what a symbol is, we studied this a couple units back. A symbol is obviously a word that has meaning, but it also has another meaning within it of itself. So, for example, if you guys look, the emphasis is not on the surface meaning at the top of the page. The emphasis is not on the surface meaning, but on the moral truth which lies beneath the events of the story. So that's the allegory part in hinds feet in high places. For your example, Psalms 85 has an allegorical description of Christ when the qualities of mercy, truth, righteousness, and peace are used. So it gives you the examples. Isaac, do you need me to have you stand up? You need to wake up, okay? Mercy and truth are met together. So obviously, mercy and truth, they don't physically meet together, but it's saying that they do in this allegory. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Obviously, righteousness and peace aren't physically kissing each other. Truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven. So obviously, this is an allegory saying that there's a hidden truth beneath these these meanings. You can also say this is personified, right? Personification. Righteousness is looking down. Truth is springing out. An allegory description of wisdom is presented in Proverbs 3. For the merchandise of it, wisdom, is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all things thou canst desire are not to be compared to her. So this is saying, obviously, how important wisdom is. Okay, it's saying that she's far more important than rubies. So it gives you stories and characters with an underlying meaning. And in hinds feet in high places, as you should have read, there are characters that have a truth to their names. So we already kind of went over this briefly, but make sure you know that this was written by Hannah Hurnard. This is an allegory that pictures the walk of a Christian in this wicked world. Sorry about that, guys. This pictures the walk of a Christian in this wicked world. The theme of this is victory is always possible. And we're going to go through some of the characters today. So if you have not finished, that's fine. But I want to just kind of give you the base of the characters. So who knows what a hind is? Does anybody know? Well, hinds feet, so hinds can't exactly mean feet. So it's not feet's feet. What a hind is. In this case, obviously behind, hind, that means back, but a hind, no. This, in this case, is actually a deer, okay? A hind is a deer, so that's why hinds feet in high places. It's kind of a play on with words because we know our character, her name is Much Afraid. She's this crippled girl. She's disfigured. But obviously hinds, they have, if you know anything about deer, they have sure footing, obviously on mountainsides, maybe like a mountain goat. They're always jumping around, even if in the dangerous of places, because they have sure footing. So that's kind of like the play on with words. But if you guys look at the characters, Much Afraid, she's a disfigured and crippled girl who lives in the valley of humiliation. So that's kind of obviously a good description of it because she lives in the valley of humiliation. She's related to the family of Fearings. She works for this chief shepherd. Obviously, chief shepherd is capitalized so that we know she works for God. Can you please take your hood off? But she hasn't accepted the shepherd's love. So that's kind of a picture of us as Christians before we are saved. Obviously, we all work for Jesus Christ, or we all are created by Jesus Christ. But those who have not accepted his love, those who have not accepted his forgiveness and his salvation yet, they don't realize how much God loves them sometimes in this world. And that's what Much Afraid was. She hadn't realized and accepted the shepherd's gift of love. Obviously, salvation is a free gift. She was related to the family of Fearings who hate the shepherds. Hang on a second. This isn't exactly working. Okay. So if you notice, obviously, there are words and truths that are portrayed. So valley of humiliation, obviously, that's the Christian life. Maybe we live in shame before we are accepted into Jesus Christ's family. Chief shepherd, that's God. Family of fearings, who hate the shepherd. That only makes sense that their name is fearings. And her name is much afraid, because obviously she's this disfigured girl. She lives in the valley of humiliation. She hasn't accepted God's love, so that's what it means. Like, that's why this part is the allegorical part. Okay, so it's a hidden truth beneath her name's meaning. Okay, and then as you go on through the story, her cousin's name is Craven Fear. There's someone who rescues her from being in captivity. Her name is Mrs. Valiant. That's Much Afraid's neighbor. And if you continue reading on through the story, you'll see why their names mean the way that they do, or their names are a representation of what they do in the story. So, for example, Mrs. Valiant is the one who comes and breaks her free out of captivity. Obviously, Valiant means brave. That's something that bravery can only do. Craven Fear, that's her cousin. Family of fearings, all this other stuff. So, as you continue to read the story, finish the story, page 139 to page 143. Okay, 139 to 143, finish the rest of the story. We'll discuss this on Wednesday and then have our reading quiz over this on Thursday. Okay, are there any questions about literature? Okay, so tonight is page 139 to 143, and that's the end of, sorry? Yes, and that's the end of Unit 5. So after we take our quiz on Thursday, we'll discuss when we're going to take our Unit 5 test. Okay? Questions? All right, go ahead and take out your grammar books. Page number, give me 1 second. Today we are reviewing mood, so go ahead and turn to page, well, have we even done mood yet? Page 100 and, yes, okay, so page 106. So let's go ahead and go over that, okay? Recognizing mood, okay? So there are 3 kinds of moods within sentences. The mood of a verb is the grammatical form that indicates the state of mind or the manner in which a statement is made. Okay, so we just kind of talked about voice, now we're talking about mood. There are 3 moods in English: the indicative, the imperative, and the subjunctive. Okay, imperative should be pretty easy to us because what does imperatives do?
Gives a command or makes a request.
Good, gives a command or makes a request. So any sentence that is giving a command or making a request is imperative. That's pretty easy. Okay, the indicative mood states a fact or asks a question. This mood is used most of the time. He always gives his tithe. Okay, do you always give your tithe? Question, facts. All right, that's indicative. Okay, number 2, like we just said, the imperative mood gives a command or makes a request. Do I need to move you? Okay, prove it to me, because I'm thinking about moving you. Okay, number 2, the imperative mood gives a command or makes a request. It is almost always used in second person with the understood subject you. That's pretty self-explanatory. We kind of already know what an imperative sentence is. Gives a command or makes a request. Number 3, subjunctive mood. Okay, this one's kind of more complex. The subjunctive mood is used in dependent clauses to express, number 1, a condition contrary to the fact. Number 2, a wish, request, or a requirement. Number 3, a statement following as if and as though. Number 4, parliamentary motions and legal judgments. Okay, so if you want to look on page number 107, rule number 1, that explains a lot of these subjunctive moods to you, but the subjunctive mood is included in dependent clauses, so we kind of briefly cover what dependent clauses are. If you don't know what that is yet, it's basically clauses that cannot stand on their own. So it's part of the sentences where they cannot stand on their own. So, for example, my sentence would be, if I were to go to school, then I would try to do my best. Okay? So if I go up to someone and say, if I were to go to school, okay, that can't stand on its own. So therefore, that's a dependent clause. It needs to be included with an independent clause in order to be a complete sentence. So the part of, I would try to do my best, obviously you can go up to someone and say, I would try to do my best. And it would be a sentence. It would make sense. that's an independent clause that can stand on its own. So subjunctive moods, they can go in a dependent clause that are used, so dependent clauses that are used to express conditions contrary to a fact, a wish, request, or requirement, a statement following as if and as though, and then parliamentary motions or legal judgment. So notice this. Your first example. If I were you, I would keep my head down. This is exhibiting the first rule of subjunctive mood, a condition contrary to the fact. Okay? Obviously, I am not you. So also notice how it's were you. That's subjunctive mood. Okay, number 2, I wish you were going with us. Obviously, that's contrary to the fact. You're not actually going with us. She looked as if she were going to cry. Okay, as if she were going to cry, that's a dependent clause. Notice how it's followed by the words as if, then that's definitely subjunctive mood. And then I move that the new flag be put into service on July 4th. Notice how in subjunctive mood, the new flag should be put into service on July 4th. That the new flag be put is my dependent clause, but it's also a motion or a legal judgment. So you want to use subjunctive mood there. Okay? Let's exercise A. Let's practice that. Identify the mood of the italicized verbs by writing above them indicative, imperative, or subjunctive. So remember, imperative gives a command or makes a request. A indicative is a fact or asks a question, and then subjunctive is the ones that probably are kind of questionable. Okay, so let's try this. Look at number 1. Rachel, tell the class why the Revolutionary War was fought. Okay, look at my verb tell. What's tell? Who knows? Adrian? Imperative, good. Okay, notice how imperative, it has the subject of an understood you, so it's you tell. Okay? Notice how the word was fought, all right? Why the Revolutionary War was fought. Okay? Is that giving a command or making a request? Yes or no, class? No. Good. It is indicative. Notice how that's a fact. Okay? The Revolutionary War was fought. So that is indicative. Okay? Let's try number 2. Gabby, give me the verb here. Or were, sorry. What kind of mood is the verb of were? Subjunctive. Good. Okay, number 2, I wish Father were here to help us decide what to do. Good. Okay, the word were is subjunctive. Number 3, the Constitution requires that presidential campaigns be natural-born citizens. What's the word were? What mood is were? Derek? Sorry, inquires. Requires, my bad. This one isn't imperative. This one also is not subjunctive, okay? Notice how, right, but notice this, okay? So this is independent clauses, okay, or independent clauses. So the word requires is an independent clause. But also, this is stating a fact. It's stating the fact of what the Constitution requires. Okay, so the fact is the Constitution requires that presidential candidates be natural-born citizens. And what would the verb be? What mood, Doug? B. Not indicative. This one is subjunctive. Okay, notice how this one, listen, okay, so this one is included within a dependent clause. When you go up to someone, you cannot say, that presidential candidates be natural-born citizens. Okay, so notice how this word be is included within that dependent clause. Therefore, we know that it is subjunctive mood. Okay, requires, yes, imperative mood is giving a command or making a request, but it's not directly making a request or giving a command. It's not saying, Constitution, require the president, you know what I mean? It's not saying, telling the Constitution to do that, okay? It's stating a fact that what the Constitution is requiring. It's requiring that the presidential candidates be natural-born citizens. And notice how the Constitution requires is not in a dependent clause. I can go up to someone and say, the Constitution requires that the presidential candidates be natural-born citizens. All of that makes sense if you go up to somebody. So therefore, it's indicative and it's stating a fact. Okay? Number 4, let's try this. Was Daniel Defoe the author of Robinson Crusoe? What would be the word was, class? Good. It is indicative because notice how it's asking a question. It's asking a question, so we know that is indicative. Indicative mood states facts or asks questions. Imperative moods give commands or makes requests. And then subjunctive mood is very complex, okay? But it also is in dependent clauses. So that's one of the facts that we know. Okay, number 5. Sometimes Erica speaks as if she were selected already. Austin, can you give me the word speaks? What mood is it? That's not one of the 3 options. Have you been paying attention the last few minutes? Okay, it's either indicative, imperative, or subjunctive. So is that stating a fact? Sometimes Erica speaks as if she were elected already. Good. So what mood would it be if it's stating a fact? What does it say in your 3 different kinds of moods? Indicative, imperative, or subjunctive? One of those 3, the only 3 options. Who can help him out? Good. It is indicative, okay? Make sure you're paying attention, please, Austin. Indicative mood states facts, asks questions. Imperative mood gives a command or makes a request. Subjunctive mood is independent clauses, and we've said that so many times already that we should already know at least one of the 3, okay? What is were selected? Were selected. Doug? It is subjunctive. Good. So it's following the words as if. So we know that is subjunctive. Okay, number 6. Now, explain how the moon affects our tides. Okay, what's the word explain, Ricky? What verb is that? What mood is it? Good. It is imperative. It's telling you to explain something. So explain how the moon affects our tides. What's the word affects? Is that indicative or is it subjunctive? Because good. Actually, no, that one's not subjunctive. I'm sorry. Indicative. Okay. This one is a fact. The moon is affecting our tides.
Affects is what?
Indicative.
But I thought it would be a clause because if you tell it underline.
How the moon affects our tides, that's all part of the sentence. Okay, number 7, put on the whole armor of God that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. Derek, what's the word put? Good, it is imperative. It's telling you directly. Okay, number 8, direct objects answer the questions whom or what after the verb. What is the word answer? Isaac?
Would that be indicative?
Good, it is indicative. It's stating a fact. Direct objects answer the questions whom or what. Number 9, a recent Florida law requires that a political candidate make public all financial contributions. What is the word requires? Elijah, do you know?
Imperative.
This one isn't imperative. It's not directly saying Florida law require that a political candidate make public all financial contributions. Okay? So if it's not imperative and it's not in a dependent clause, what would it be?
Indicative.
Good. This one is indicative. Okay? It's stating a law, Florida law requires, then that a political candidate make public all financial contributions. What does the word make? Class, who knows?
Subjunctive.
This one is subjunctive. Okay? This is part of a dependent clause. This one is a wish, request, or requirement within the clause. Okay? Number 10, the entrance of thy words giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple. What is the verb giveth? Jesse?
Is it imperative?
Not imperative. It's not saying entrance, give light. Okay, so if it's not good, it is indicative. It's saying the entrance of thy words giveth light. It's a fact. Okay, number 11, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. What is the word obey, Lena? Imperative. What is the word is, Avery? For this is right. This is indicative. Awesome. Okay. Number 12, your teachers wish that you were more industrious. What is the word were, Andrew? This is subjunctive. Okay, good. Number 3, the court ruled that the strikers be fined $50 a day each. Jaden? Good. This is subjunctive. And then number 14, the righteous shall flourish as a branch. It is indicative. Okay. Adrian, why do you think this one would be imperative? If you,
The word shall. Yeah.
what do you mean?
Because when you say shall, it makes it sound imperative because
Interesting. Well, all you guys need to know is that if it's not physically telling the understood you to do something, it's not imperative. Otherwise, if it's stating a fact, it is indicative. Okay? Then exercise B, we're not going to do exercise B, but then look at page 107. Okay? This will help you identify more subjunctive mood. All right? The subjunctive mood has only a few forms which differ from the indicative. Okay? It looks to me that you guys are kind of confusing imperative and indicative more. But then your book is kind of saying that there's a lot of confusion between indicative and subjunctive. Okay, so these are the things that kind of differ from indicative and subjunctive. Okay, so the present subjunctive form of be is invariably be in all persons, singular and plural. So in subjunctive mood, Adrian, in subjunctive mood, the word be goes with both singular and plural. So obviously, with plural and singular, I'm going to conjugate different words, but in subjunctive mood, it's all the same. So look at your examples. Present tense of be. If I be, if you be, if she be, all my verbs would all be the form be. Austin, please sit up. Plural, we be, you be, they be. Everything is the same in subjunctive mood. There's no conjugation there, and you're not changing it. Okay? Look at number 2. The subjunctive mood expresses an action or condition as a conception of the mind rather than a reality. So for letter A, use the subjunctive were in dependent clauses. We kind of already practiced this. It's all in dependent clauses. To express a condition that is contrary to a fact, something that cannot be true. So if I were you, I wish that they were here. Obviously, I'm not you. Obviously, they're not here. If this were not a leap year, today would be March 1st. Obviously, this is saying it was a leap year. Okay? Use subjunctive mood in a dependent clause after an independent clause that expresses a request or a requirement. So notice your examples. The senator urgently requested that the bill be rejected. Okay? So, obviously, urgently requested would be indicative, but since the word be is in a clause, and then it's making a request, that's when I know it's subjunctive, okay? The indicator is that it's in a clause, in a dependent clause. Same thing. The teacher insists that David improve his writing, okay? That David improve his writing is a dependent clause. Notice how improve. In any other case, if it's the subject of a singular subject, it would be David improves, right? And then they improve, it was plural. But notice how improve, even though that is a plural verb, is correct because it's the same in subjunctive mood. Okay, so whatever is singular plural form of the verb, it's all the same in subjunctive mood. But you have to see that it's in a clause. Okay, it's in a clause. That's how I know it can be subjunctive mood. Then letter C, use a subjunctive mood in a dependent clause that states a parliamentary motion or a legal judgment. I move that the meeting be adjourned until tomorrow. Okay? The court's decision is that the golf course be sold to the highest bidder. So notice how all of these are included within a dependent clause, and it's kind of having a motion or a legal judgment. So make sure that you guys are looking for those clauses in subjunctive mood. Okay? Do page 107 exercise, on the exercise on page 107 tonight for homework. Okay? This will help you practice. So tonight you're just choosing the correct forms. Let's do number 1 together. Okay? If I was or were president, I would curtail government spending. Who knows number 1? Good. Okay, number 1 would be were. Okay, number 2, the drama coach suggested that the part of Macbeth be or is played by Gordon. Class?
B.
B. Okay, so that's exactly what you're doing within this exercise. You're choosing the correct form of subjunctive mood. Okay, so notice how you're not saying, oh, okay, so this is a singular verb, I'm going to do a singular subject. This is a plural subject, so I'm going to do a plural verb. Okay, you need to look at what the correct form in subjunctive mood would be. Okay, are there any questions? All right, so that is it tonight. So tonight you're doing your vocab 1 through 6 twice and definitions, page 107, the exercise, and then you're reading and you're finishing from Hind's Feet and High Places in literature. And your outline, yes, your first draft is due tomorrow. Are there any questions about the first draft? Yes, a rough draft. So I should see still an introductory paragraph, your body, so your body explaining your points, and then the concluding paragraph. Okay? Awesome.
You guys are all 9th and 10th graders. Trouble. That's what you are. All right. Before we start, though, any prayer requests? Shh. All right, this group. Remember, it still applies. Yes, ma'am. I got it in a second. Any prayer requests? Shh. No one else is talking. Yes, ma'am. Continue praying for him. Safety of everything. Any other prayer requests? Sir. Our game, traveling. Okay, there always could be traffic. Obviously, we are at risk, okay, playing other schools. So pray for our safety of health. All that kind of stuff. Allow us to be able to maybe get a win. Focus in and learn, become better basketball players. All right, also, I have a special prayer request. Pray for Emma's grandfather. He has surgery on the 15th this week for his heart. So pray for that. Obviously, that's a peer of yours, teammate for some of you. So pray for a grandfather. Any other prayer requests? All right, no other prayer requests. We'll pray, and then we'll jump right back into the notes. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this beautiful day, Lord. Thank you for another week of school that we get to be here in person, Lord. Thank you for allowing us to be able to be open. Hearing a lot of other schools and friends of mine that are teaching at schools around the country, Lord, as they're having to close and maybe distant learn, if they're able to, if they have the equipment for it. Thank you that we have the ability to stay open as a school and have the equipment to do distant learning. I know it doesn't always work perfect, but thank you for us having that and continuing to try to improve the school, certainly for the secondary education. Also, Lord, thank you for all these kids, Lord, for them to be able to be here, bring a smile on their face most of the time, and to try to be able to grow as a person. Obviously, we have classes to try to grow their mind for them to better themselves every day. Please help some special prayer requests, Lord, for this week. Please help Sophia and her dad with everything going with traveling or with the movement of him, Lord, and everything else going on. Please help that. Also, please help basketball, Lord, as obviously this season was not anything that anyone would have wanted. I know it's my first year coaching here and trying to help the sport to grow a little bit. It's not really what we wanted, but at least we can be thankful that we had something. Thank you that we get to play tomorrow, Lord, and we still have the opportunity to do that. Please help us to be able to grow. Thank you for us to also have the Sunrise courts down there, as it's been, I think, at least to me, a little bit more of a help. Again, it's not exactly what we want, but please help us to use the things and be thankful for what we do have. Please help the kids to be able to work hard for the rest of the season, to push through and get better, not only the season, but after the season, for the next season for us to be able to jump right back in and be better and grow better and be better people and players. Also, please help our health as we're traveling and playing other schools. And we come back from the holidays, we don't always know. There is a little risk, Lord, so please protect us. Make sure we're washing our hands, doing what we should. Please help our lesson for today for us to be able to get through some notes and be able to have a little bit of homework and maybe get it done in class. Please help these students to have a great week. Whatever struggles or anything that comes through the week, for them to trust on you, to depend on you in strength, wisdom, and peace, Lord. Please help the rest of this day. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, we left off with note number 69, talking about the capturing in the town of Rennes and how he returned to Paris. Okay, talking about Louis. Okay, the next note number 70. The numbers on yours, I think, are a little off, yes. Yeah, it's all right. Just follow along as best as you can. It's because one of them I think I took out, but the number in your guys' was a little messed up. All right, why isn't it? There we go. Just make sure those working for you guys. Good to see. Let's see. We have Jeremiah here, Yuvia here, Giselle here, Lacey here, Adam here. Good to have you guys. Okay, make sure you're staying tuned in. Make sure you're turning in everything. Most of you are doing pretty well with that. But make sure you're turning in stuff on time. If you're not, sadly, I do have to give you a 0, just like students in here if they're not turning in stuff on time. So you guys have to be held to the same responsibility. Everyone good this Yes, sir. There you go. Don't do my hair? Well, it's only fuzzy right after I wash it, and then like as the day goes, it like just lays down. Yeah.
Yeah, because I always see them in pictures. I'm like, I wonder how it looks like. You always do your hair.
It depends how long it is, too. But maybe never. No, maybe one day. Maybe if we hang out on a weekend or something. I don't really do my hair on the weekend.
Nobody does it good. Unless
You
you're
know? Even then, like usually weekends I just wear like a hat or a beanie.
He's like, even then I don't do one.
You know?
You should just wear like, come just go in a hat and then just take it off and dress your hair.
No. All right, here we go. The civil constitution of the clergy. What is clergy?
The priest and the bishop.
Basically, any religious leader, okay, is part of clergy. Okay, remember the different estates we had talked about as well. Okay, but this civil constitution of the clergy set up a church of France. Okay, it reduced the authority of the Pope in France, and it made the church more subservient to the government than ever. The clergy was required to take an oath of loyalty to this new regime that we're talking about. Okay, remember the movement from the new regime, from the old regime? I felt a little warm. All right, so no, again, this clergy and this group of people is to take away the supreme power from one man or pope and try to give it to the church that would support this new regime. Everyone good on this one? It's okay, I'm giving you some time. Regime. It's like a kingdom, rule. Everyone good? It's okay, Austin. Give you a little time. Good? All right. The divisions, remember the National Assembly, the divisions in the National Assembly originated the now common, sorry, I think that's supposed to be new common political distinctions between right, center, and left. Okay, it's supposed to be new common political distinctions. I'm sorry about that. Let me fix it here quickly. The new common political distinctions between right, center, and left. Okay, this was distinguished by or depending on where the people sat in the assembly room. Common sense. Right, left, center. And you guys saw a picture of that room back on note 53. All right, some things that went with this, okay, distinguishing these three different groups. Give you guys time to write this one down. Okay, so tell us a little bit about each, the right, center, and left. Ooh, what kicks am I going to bring out tomorrow for the game? Kicks. Shoes.
Have you brought me little pigs?
My new ones? Maybe it does, Jesse. Maybe it does. All right, some things distinguishing these three different groups. Okay, first, shh. Foursquare over here. Shh. Yes, ma'am. Which one? You can't read it? All right, here, let me try to help with that. Let me try to help with that. Is that better? There you go. Is that better, Jesse? Sorry, I didn't know that. Actually, you guys really couldn't read it that much. I'll try to change those ones. You really can't see that?
No, I can't see it. I don't want to write it. I know what they meant.
All right, first we have the right. They are kind of common sense. Adrian, what are you doing, dude? It is not the time to be managing your books. You're supposed to be taking notes. The right, they were satisfied with the Constitution of 791. Okay, you have the center, which is a group without any particular program or principles. Okay, they were the Freelanders. Okay, the right, just like today in our government, we have the right and the left, they say. Okay, the right believed in these things. Okay, our right is like conservative, the left is liberal. Okay, the center were kind of like the freeloaders. Okay, if they agreed with one thing, they might go with one thing, but that's not for sure the next time. They might go with the other thing. What?
No spine.
Yes, no spine. They're kind of just wishy-washy. Yes, sir. Adrian, yes, sir. It's a little late to ask that. I'm pretty sure it's on the notes. It says chapter 17.
And you haven't.
Well, there's more right here if you need more.
No, I got it. Dude, you know what?
Okay, and then you have the left, which was young radicals who distrusted the king and were displeased with the Constitution of 791. So again, you have your right and your left, and then those in the middle that kind of just went side to side. Yes, ma'am?
You know what I was going to write? Instead of writing a whole note, just put right, we're satisfied. Center, agree. Left, young radical.
Oh, man.
I was like,
Oh, man. Okay, but we're going to see, obviously, with these left, we see a little friction, right? And we're going to talk about some of that friction between how if they're not pleased with who's ruling them, there's going to be some problems. Give you guys some time to write this down. Looks like a few of us are still writing. Is that better, Jesse? I'll try to fix those next time. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't know you guys couldn't see them that much. Shh. All right, got to move on. You almost done? Sophia, you almost done? Austin, almost done? All right, the leaders of the left included these men. You need to know some of these names, at least the last names. Okay, you have Jacobins, Jean-Paul Marat. Okay, you have George Jacques Danton and Maximilien Robespierre. Shh, yes. They urged for a crusade for universal, Derek and Doug. Shh. Okay, they urged for a crusade for universal liberty. Again, these men were not pleased with the Constitution. Okay, they still wanted change. Which is going to lead us to on April 20th, 1792. Quickly write this down because I got to go to the next one. Remember, look up there. Remember 5 or 6 words, write it down. Don't do word for word, it takes too long. On April 20th, 1792, the French National Assembly declared war on Austria. Okay, Prussia then entered the conflict as an ally of Austria. Okay, it was the beginning of an important series of wars that were later known as the Napoleonic Wars. Yes, sir?
Where is Prussia?
Prussia is no longer a country.
I know, but like, where was it?
It's in that same area. So towards you have like Spain, France, Germany, and you're going towards like Norway, Netherlands. It's in that area on the mainland right there. They're real small.
So like, it has nothing to do with Russia.
No,
Did it get absorbed into other ones, or did they get its name changed?
absorbed.
Wait, which one are we on? I'm so confused. Just
The numbers aren't perfect. They're one off. So you should be on like 74, I think.
You just have to look at the content.
Sir. Shh. What? Actually short? I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. All right, so we see these wars happen. Okay, that is a term you need to know. Napoleonic Wars. They began with the fighting of these countries. Okay, the National Assembly was replaced by a National Convention, which was to rule temporarily and write another new constitution.
What's the difference between equilateral and
In math? Said, I can answer it later.
No, I wasn't. I was asking myself.
Okay, so know that now is no longer the National Assembly. Shh. Okay, it is now considered the National Convention. Okay, the first thing that the National Convention did was execute Louis XVI. They said, hey, we want to write some new constitution, new laws. We need to get the man that wrote the old ones. Okay, so they killed him. He was convicted as a traitor because he had tried to flee the country and had attempted to influence foreign powers to stop the revolution. Okay, that's why Austria and Prussia, okay, they were part of that war. Okay, King Louis XVI wanted to keep his power, wanted to keep the old regime. Okay, but obviously France did not. Now this National Convention, they did not want that. They got a hold of him and they said, hey, to further our power and further our strive for this new way of living, okay, we have to destroy the man who wants the old way of living. Okay, and this is going to bring us to a new device of killing. The guillotine. The guillotine. Shh. The guillotine. 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 I mean, it's probably right. It's probably right. It's French. Double L's usually make the Y sound, so it's probably right. The guillotine. Okay, this is a machine devised for chopping off human heads. Go figure. Okay, it was named from or for Dr. Guillotin. Shh. Guys. Okay, this man, Dr. Guillotin, perfected this device. It became a symbol of the French Revolution. Okay, now the horror would be, hey, if I become a traitor or if I go against the government, my head is going to be chopped off in front of everyone from this device. Shh. What if we have a comment? Raise your hand. Doug, please put your chair down. You can't write notes when you're leaning back, so leave your chair down. Okay, this is going to make some new committees and new groups to try to run this country. Gentlemen, shh. Rick, turn around. Turn your hips around. There you go. Don't turn your back around either. Yes, sir. Okay, the Committee of Public Safety. Okay, this was a group of men that composed of 12 men holding extensive police and judicial powers. Okay, they were supposed to suppress anarchy at home. Okay, basically this was the idea of like an early law enforcement group, okay, that would try to hold and allow people to be civilized. They would enforce these new judicial rules and powers
Forcing everyone to be safe.
of this national convention. Yes. Okay, so we're going to mention one of the men we just mentioned from the left. Maximilien Robespierre. Am I saying it right? Probably not. It's French. I'm not French. Everyone good with this note? Shh. Gabby, same thing. Turn your body around. Thank you. Okay, Maximilien Robespierre is a member of the Committee of Public Safety who soon became the most influential man in the French government. They must have chosen the guy with the poofiest hair to lead. He looks creepy. Like, And under this man's influence, okay, we are going to come into a period of time called... Shh. If we have comments, raise your hand. Okay, this is going to bring us to a time period. Everyone good with this one? Good with this one? Good with this one? Austin, you good with this one? All right, the Reign of Terror. Dun, 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 dun. I have no idea, probably. Okay, it was instituted by Robespierre. Okay, thousands of known suspected enemies of the Republic, per se, that's what he would say, okay, were suppressed or taken care of. And many political influential people were guillotined, or like Amethyst just said, murdered, including the Queen Marie Antoinette.
That girl was a dumb bitch.
Okay, Amethyst, she was also murdered or killed by the guillotine. Again, just know this time was called the Reign of Terror, instituted by Robespierre. It also murdered the Queen Marie Antoinette.
She said, you know how they're like, let them eat cakes, right? She said that because she's an idiot. Do you know why? They said that people are starving. They have no bread. So she said, so let them eat cake. Like they have cake. They barely have any bread. So
She had cake.
because she's asking, that's why her head got cut off.
You guys are sick.
That's why
You
her
guys
head
sick.
got cut off. Because everyone went,
Bring it back together, gentlemen. You disappoint me. All together, so under this time period, all right, it looks like we might have to switch seats after all. We cannot handle it. It's not just you. It's more than just you. It's okay. Altogether, through this guillotining stuff, 40,000 people died, and hundreds of thousands were arrested. Okay, so, I mean, they were pushing towards something different, but if you're having to kill and arrest this many people, I don't know if it's for the better of the common people.
If you let me move over there, I will be completely quiet.
Gabby, can I see?
Yeah, hundreds of thousands. So multiple 100,000. Okay, during the reign of terror, okay, this new belief came into play. During the reign of terror, atheism reached its heights in France. What is atheism? Does anyone know?
There is no God.
Believe that there is no God. Okay, it is no coincidence that this time of terror or reign of terror was the bloodiest at the same time that atheism was at its peak. Okay, saying, okay, a lot of people didn't believe in God. They tried to actually deny God and say there was no God. So because of this, okay, there was possibly some punishment. Yes, sir.
Can I sit right there? I'll be quiet.
Sure. Shh, ladies. Okay, so this is going to bring us to a program. Okay, so during this time, certainly the left, okay, of this new national convention, okay, through this time period, turn your chair around, Gabby, sit in it correctly. Okay, a program to try to de-Christianize Adrian, to de-Christianize France. Okay, these are some things that are going to happen. Here, let me try to change these for those who can't see. There you go. Okay, the program to de-Christianize France. Okay, these are some things that came into play. First, we see the introduction of a new calendar, which removed Sundays, Easter, Christmas, and all other religious holidays. Okay, so they said, hey, one step we can take to get rid, remember atheism, to get rid of the existence, or at least like the belief in God, is to take everything related to him. Okay, so we're taking away all Easter, which is the day of Christ's resurrection. Okay, we're taking away Christmas, the day of his birth. We're taking away Sundays, so there are no days to go to church. Well, you're about to find out. Okay, they also came to believe to avoid the dating history by the birth of Christ. Okay, so we go off BC, before Christ, and AD, the year after. Okay, so the year 1792 became, okay, so this is when this all happened. To them, these people in France, it became year one. They wanted to deny the existence of Christ, because if they believe in BC and AD, they're giving a voice to the existence that there was a man named Jesus Christ, possibly the Son of God.
And everyone just looked at them like they were.
So they made it year one. They said, hey, this is the year of us. Okay, there is no God anymore. Okay, it's just us. And lastly, we see months were renamed. Weeks were declared to be a 10-day week rather than 7 and renamed decades. Okay, so imagine school. Okay, you don't get a 2-day weekend, or you get a 2-day weekend and then you have 8 days of school. Imagine that. Or you could be optimistic and say 5 days of school, 5 days weekend, but that probably wouldn't happen. If it's a 10-day week, 5 and 5, it's 10.
Dude, can you just imagine?
Okay, the 10th day, so they named them. There was no Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It was first day, second day, third day, fourth day. 10th day is the end of the week. Now you have first day, second day, third day, fourth day, to the 10th day. I have no idea. They renamed everything, so they were crazy. To continue this idea, so the program to de-Christianize France, the system was shortly abandoned because they found out, hey, man, this does not work. Okay, the system of our calendars and time have been made over a long time of history. It worked. Okay, this trying to change everything does not work. It's not working out.
Even if you don't agree with Christianity, you can't change the whole dating system, or else you'll have to change everything else in the history.
Yeah, it didn't work. Okay, but it's going to bring us to a system that we all know today, and every other country but ours basically uses it. The metric system.
Talk to Mr. S about this, bro.
Dude, he always complains about that.
I'm sure he does. Okay, it was devised by revolutionists because the old system reminded them of the kings and aristocrats who had established it. So kind of the same idea. Okay, they were trying to be atheists, to deny God's existence. They tried to change dates and holidays, but they realized it doesn't work. All right? Shh. So they had the original rule of measurements, mathematics, okay, but they're like, hey, the old kings made this. Let's try to change it up. Let's change it to something else, something new, so we don't have to be reminded of them because we're new, right? We're year one, okay? So they made this metric system. Okay, but this is going to bring us to another term, okay, and we're almost done with class, just a few more notes. Okay, we have atheism, but there's going to be a group of people that believed in something else. The other belief that's going to come during this time is deism. Deism. It says, what is deism? You're about to find out. Okay, deism is a religion that rejected Scripture and professed that God is an impersonal being who is revealed only in nature and must be sought through man's reason. Okay, which obviously is false. Okay, God, although he is shown in creation, in nature, okay, a lot of it is based on faith. Okay, all faith cannot be proven by reason. Okay, this is kind of going back to a little bit of rationalism. Yes, sir.
So, like, they're basically saying, like, nature is God. So, like, water is
No. They're saying that there is a God, but there is no Bible. And what?
Isn't this what Thomas Jefferson believed in?
Kind of. A form of it.
Basically,
A form of it.
deism-
Basically, they're saying, hey, God, we only know him by nature. That's it. There is nothing else. There is no salvation. There's only, there is a God, but we're not going to do anything with him. Yes. They're saying basically it believes God doesn't care about people. He doesn't care about us. Jesus Christ dying on the cross means nothing. It's just like, he created this world and we do whatever we want.
and kind of abandon it is what it's.
Yes. So they're not giving God like reference of who he actually is, but they are saying, there is a God, but we have nothing to deal with him because he's impersonal to us.
It's kind of like he created the world and then he
Okay, during this time, within a year, okay, remember what man started a lot of this? Began with the Reign of Terror. Try to pronounce his last name. Maximilian Robespierre. Okay, so within a year, Robespierre's Committee of Public Safety had antagonized every political faction in France. This extremist on the left side of this new government, okay, he patronized everyone. Okay, one more note and then we're done. Okay, Robespierre was denounced as a tyrant. Okay, if he's forcing his beliefs on everyone, that is a form of how would you say that? Tyrannism. I'm struggling with my words, sorry. Tyrannism, so he was deemed a tyrant. The National Convention arrested him on July 27th, 1794. And the next day, he and some of his associates were guillotined as well. An oxymoron, okay? He was killing so many people with this, and he was killed by it. Okay, the reign of terror was now over. Okay, and this is, yes, just as she says, so you thought. We're going to talk about a new man that is going to become their new tyrant tomorrow. And we're going to talk about some differences between the French Revolution and the American Revolution, between those, okay, and how they were kind of happening at the same time. Okay, but for homework, why do we have homework? Okay, yes, there is homework. For homework, page. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what you guys did last week.
It was page 247, 1 through 3.
Okay, I forgot which questions you did. You're just doing the rest of that one. So page 247.
4, 5, 6.
Yes, 4 through 6. Page 247. Section 3 review, 4 through 6. I thought I gave you 1 through 4 last week, but I guess 1 through 3. Page 247, 4 through 6. 4 through 6. You should have already done 1 through 3. I thought I gave you 1 through 4, but I guess I did 1 through 3. 4 through 6. We will have a quiz on Wednesday. Okay, we'll review for it tomorrow. Quiz on Wednesday. It'll be over a lot of this stuff we talked about today and Friday. But we'll review for it like always. You guys may be dismissed. If you have any questions, let me know. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you're turning stuff in on time. I believe I got Giselle's and Yuvia's stuff that you guys turned in Friday, so good job. Make sure you stay on top of it. Okay, remember, if I don't send you a quiz or something that we have a day, I try to say, hey, tell me on the day of, hey, tell me if I didn't send it to you. I'll send it to you right now. But you have to stay on top of it. Say, hey, Miss Scroll, you never sent this to me. You can't say it 2 weeks later and say, hey, I never got this. Can I do it to get a grade? All right, it's too late. You need to tell me right away or that week. Do your best you can. I'm going to try to help you out as much as I can, but I do have to keep you accountable as I keep everyone here accountable. Let me know if you have any questions. We will see you tomorrow. Rick.
All right, welcome to Geometry. We're going to get started today. We're on 2.24, talking about congruent lines. In your textbook, we're on page 109. In your supplement, we're on page 166. Keep in mind the days of the supplement are rapidly coming to a close. I just want to encourage you with that little bit of information. I know, I do what I can. All right, whoops, that's chemistry. That's good. All right, so... All right, we're on 2.24. We're talking about concurrent lines. First of all, let's go ahead and define concurrent. Concurrent means three or more lines which meet in a point. That's its definition. Rip. Okay. Oh, right. Jot note to self. Let's see here. Send info. Okay, cool. I just had to take care of that real quick.
Hey, does everybody else's homework go from 2.25 to 2.30?
Miss Dredd.
Wait, what?
Oh, it says.
Oh, yeah. I have that note in there.
Miss Dredd, is there any way for you to change the supplement grade? Because I think I didn't finish page 142. I saw your note on Google Classroom.
Talk to me after class. Cool. Concurrent means is three or more lines which meet in a point. So that's what we mean when we say concurrent. And we basically define it because that's the title of the chapter. So first things first, let's talk about Theorem 29. The perpendicular bisector of the sides of a triangle meet in a point, or are concurrent, which is equidistant from the three vertices. So in other words, if I have x, y, z as the perpendicular bisectors of the triangle, they will meet in a point O. That will be the same distance from point A, then point B, then point C. Okay? So I need to prove AO equal to BO equal to CO. That's the end goal. So if you look on page 166, you see the proof is done for you there. We have triangle ABC with XYZ, the perpendicular bisectors of AB, BC, and CA respectively. Now AB, BC, and AC are not parallel by definition of polygon. The lines intersect. That makes XYZ not parallel because they're not perpendiculars of parallel lines. So x and y intersects at point O. That's pretty easy. We can say that any two lines intersect because two lines may intersect at only one point. Now it's convincing everyone that z actually meets there too. Okay? So,
Sorry, we just looked out the window and Isaac was like,
number 5.
he flashed us. We went like this and we were just looking at Ellie. No offense, just thought you'd want to know.
I know, pretty cute.
I see you.
Adrian, there's a ball that fell. Pick it up.
No, deal with it later. Go. All right, number 5, we're going to draw AO, BO, and CO because we can. AO must equal BO, and BO must equal CO. Why?
Because we can.
What? 2 points determine a line. What do you want from me? Because we have perpendicular bisectors, it splits lines in half. Duh, definition of bisector. All right. So, well, not quite, but close enough.
5 and 6 are in the same link.
Oh, is that for you guys too? I figured mine was just glitching. Then typo. I already knew it was there. I just thought it was just me. Yeah, there should be a line between them. All right.
I thought maybe the steps were connected.
No, it's just there should be a line there. Number 7, AO equals CO by substitution.
5 points on homework.
Please be quiet. Now, point O also lies in line C because every point equidistant from the ends of a line lies in the perpendicular bisector of that line. I feel like we missed something. Hold on. AO equals C. Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So point O also lies in Z, so then O is equidistant from A, B, and C by definition of equidistant. All right, this creates what we end up calling the circumcenter. Okay, circum means to walk around. Okay, so when you say circumscribe a circle, you're drawing a circle around.
Hey guys, does everyone else, I know it's a my trick, but doesn't it look like where the triangle touches the circle, like it's being popped like a balloon?
Sure. All right, this is the point in which the three perpendicular bisectors of the sides of the triangle meet. This allows a circle to be circumscribed about a triangle. Again, that means to have a circle around. Speaking of which, so circumscribe means to draw a figure around another, touching it at points but never cutting it. Okay, so point A touches the circle but is not through the circle. Same with B and C. Okay. If we say to inscribe, that means to draw a figure within another so that their boundaries touch but do not intersect. Okay, again, same idea. So, for example, the circle O is circumscribed on triangle ABC. Triangle ABC is inscribed in circle O. Okay, it depends on which one your focus is. Can you not? Thanks. All right, corollary 29.1, the altitudes of a triangle meet in a point called the orthocenter. We're not defining the term orthocenter here, but the orthocenter is defined here, but that's not part of the proof.
Where is the orthocenter?
Point O in this case,
And
which is right here.
where are the other altitudes?
Nah.
Oh.
Okay. No, they're altitudes. Notice that they're not equal distances.
Oh, they're from the angle.
Yeah, it's perpendicular to the line. All right, so as we look at this, we have triangle ABC with altitudes CF, AD, and BE. We'll draw lines through the vertices of the triangle that are the opposite sides of the triangle, as shown in the figure. So we're circumscribing a triangle that has parallel sides. So this is parallel to AB, this is parallel to AC, and this is parallel to BC. Okay, and we've drawn it touching point A, point B, and point C because we can. All right, so then AB, CB prime, AB, A prime C, and C prime, B, C, A are parallelograms by definition of parallelogram. So AB, This is a corollary. Those are always filled in. Theorems and corollaries, yes. Exercises, no. Exercises, you guys fill in. That's what I'm saying. I think I said it weird. All right, so we have, wait, what? A, B, C, B prime. What? That doesn't make any sense. That can't be right. Hold on. All right, well, that means I got to get out the solution key. I know. It's just a pain. Yeah, it's a whole process. Okay, well, at least to be fair, I copied it correctly. All right, let's see what they're trying to say.
You copied it correctly, but you don't understand what they're trying to say.
Oh, I was going down here to C prime instead of up here to C. That's what's going on. All right, so here we go. Guys, pay attention. A, B, C, B prime is one parallelogram. Okay? We have A, B, A prime, C is another parallelogram. Okay? And then C prime, B, C, A is a parallelogram. Okay? By definition. So then B prime C is equal to AB, CA prime is equal to AB, C prime A is equal to BC, AB prime is equal to BC, A prime B is equal to CA, and BC prime is equal to CA. Because opposite sides of a parallelogram are equal, so I can just go around and start listing stuff.
B prime C equals C A prime, comma C prime A equals.
Yeah, I know, it's filled in. All right.
Oh, wait, I thought I was getting it.
Number 5, B prime C is equal to CA prime, C prime A is equal to AB prime, and A prime B is equal to BC prime by substitution. Let's settle down, face front, and make sure we're paying attention. And yes, you had a question?
Why did you want to choose to be a math teacher?
Okay, that's not relevant to this discussion. Number 6, CF, AD, and BC, BE, excuse me. Shh. These two ladies can't keep their hands to themselves. Or feet, or whatever. Okay. Oh, Lord. CF, AD, BE bisect B prime, A prime, C prime, B prime, and A prime, C prime, respectively, by definition of bisector. By definition of altitudes, we have perpendiculars. And because if we have one line parallel to one of two parallel lines, it's perpendicular to the second. So CF, AD, and BE meet in a point because the perpendicular bisectors of the sides of a triangle meet in a point equidistant from the vertices, and which is what we proved in Theorem 29. So this is called the orthocenter. That's where the three altitudes of a triangle meet. So there are three centers of a triangle that you need to be aware of. First one is circumcenter. That's where you find how to draw a circle around it, and that's from the perpendicular bisectors of the triangle. If you have the three altitudes, that gives you the orthocenter.
Is point O the orthocenter?
Yes, point O is the orthocenter. And then finally, we have theorem 30, where we're going to find the incenter. This was used to inscribe a circle inside a triangle. So the bisectors of the angles of a triangle meet in a point which is equidistant from the three sides. We have our given triangle ABC with XYZ. They're bisectors of angle B, C, and A respectively. So angle ABC plus angle ACB plus angle BAC equals a straight angle because the sum of angles of a triangle equals a straight angle. You can control the volume. Okay. Now, that means that ABC plus ACB must be less than a straight angle because a straight angle has to be the whole or greater than any of its parts. Excuse me. Which means that half of ABC plus half of ACB must be less than half of ABC plus is less than ABC plus ACB. This gets really confusing to read. All right. So then we have two half angles which must be less than a straight angle because that's how orders work. Number 5, X must intersect Y because, the two lines are not parallel, so therefore they must meet. Angle bisectors X and Y meet at point O because we're naming it. That's really the reason there. O is equidistant from CA and CB and from BA and CB because every point in the bisector of an angle is equidistant from the sides of the angle. The bisector of angle A passes through O because every point equidistant from the sides of an angle lies in the bisector of that angle. Okay? So that gives us the incenter, which is the point in which the three bisectors of the angles of the triangle meet. This allows the circle to be inscribed within the triangle. Okay? And so that's really the applications here. We have the three centers. Ortho just means upright, okay, or straight, hence orthodontist, orthopedics. Okay. Anyway. Okay, in center, again, don't quote me on this, but I believe orthocenter then is the center of gravity? Hold on. Hold up. It's your bag. How would I know? All right. Shh.
You brought the whole box. Why?
You gotta keep them nice. Dude, I serve people like that. Like, why even bring those shoes to school then? Like, that's just such a waste of time and such a waste of space.
I'm right. Okay. So the thing special about the orthocenter is that it's the center of gravity. I just had to double check my thought process. So that's what's special about it. That's the center of gravity. That's the point where you'd have to balance everything to make sure the triangle's stable. Okay, anyway. So that's what that is. All right, exercise 2.24, number 5. Now you guys got to start filling stuff in. Oh, I didn't even see that note. Oh, boo.
It's like, don't do work on Monday.
Oh, booey.
No. Okay, anyway. Exercise 2.24, number 5. It does go on to the next page, just kind of mentioning that. In triangle ABC, the bisectors of the interior angle A and exterior angles C and B meet in a point which is equidistant from the three sides.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So we're proving that point O is equidistant from the three sides. It doesn't look right, but it is.
No, it looks great. It looks like a squid.
Okay? So, number 1. We have triangle ABC with exterior angle DCB, angle EBC, and angle bisectors AF, BH, CG, bisecting angles A, angle EBC, and angle DCB, respectively. Yes, how can I help you? We're trying to prove O equidistant from the three sides. So OB should equal OC, I think. That's not perpendicular. Hold on. Anyway, we're proving it to be equidistant to the sides. That's it. Whoops. That will be added to your proven statements, but we need to get it done first. All right. Let's get this all set up. So we have our given. Number 2. The sum of the angles about a point on one side of a straight line is equal to a straight angle. So we're going to go through and start listing some stuff. So we have angle DCB plus angle ACB is equal to a straight angle. And that angle EBC plus angle ABC equals a straight angle. Number 3. By addition then, if I add up everything, I get 2 straight angles. So angle DCB plus angle ACB plus angle EBC plus angle ABC equals 2 straight angles. Number 4. We have angle DCB plus angle EBC is less than 2 straight angles. Okay? Because a part must be less than the whole. Make sense? Cool. Now then, number 5. I don't know why I worded it this way because it's just definition of bisector. So angle GCB plus 1/2 angle DCB. I'm sorry, it's equal, not plus.
Mr. S is trying to like give us a panic attack with the word.
This equals that. And then angle HBC is equal to 1/2 angle EBC. Now then with number 6, we have angle GCB plus angle HBC is equal then to half of angle DCB plus 1/2 angle EBC.
Definitely not enough for me to go through.
Fit for me.
Is a little yittle blank?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's typed, but it fit.
Oh my god.
Number 7. Number 7. If I double everything, I can get rid of fractions. So 2 less than, or sorry, 2 of angle GCB, I just read it as less than for some reason, plus angle HBC is equal to angle DCB plus angle EBC by, multiplication.
For sure, yeah, we understand.
We're multiplying both sides by 2, guys.
Oh, amen is amen, like men.
Uh,
Amen.
You know what? I'm not going to get into that.
2021.
I'm not getting into this. Number 8. Shh. We have 2 of angle GCB. Oh, rip.
Can we get into this already? She said I don't.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to write this slower.
Okay, let me ask you, who the heck is in
Can we not? Thanks. 2 of angle GCB, ladies and gentlemen, plus angle HBC is less than 2 straight angles.
Okay.
By substitution. Can you not? Thanks. What in the world is up with like the infinite notifications right now? What is this? Okay.
One day we should like prank Mr. S, like add him into a group chat and then don't stop spamming.
All right, number 9.
Got her prank.
Number 9. We have angle GCB plus angle HBC must be, that's an angle, must be less than 1 straight angle by division. Number 10.
Why didn't you just put division then?
Because if you're doing unequals, technically you have to word it that way.
And why did you put 1 straight angle instead of just straight angle?
Number 10, GC and HB are not parallel.
Okay.
Looks like a game of tic-tac-toe.
Because they're not parallel, they must meet at a point, and we shall name that point O.
And I found it.
Whoops, rip.
What did you say? Gabby?
GC and HB intersect.
So you slashed it?
Squishy something.
No. Normally we'll write out the word not to make it clearer, but when I'm handwriting it, I can make it really clear that I'm slashing it. It's just typed, it's not clear at all. Number 12. Oh, goodness. All right. What we're going to do, we're going to stretch our fingers for a second.
Are you serious? Number 12 is really long.
And write tiny.
Wait, let me finish 11. Yes, Devin.
My voice cracked when I said it.
Dude, I love it. They're like, yeah. And they're like,
Yeah.
dude, and they're like, okay. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah. What's the second word?
Distance.
The distance from. Just wait till he's done writing it, bruh. Bruh, what you coming at me for? You say bruh too.
I know, it's just fun to say.
I thought you were making fun of me. I'm like, stop bullying me. It hurts on the inside.
Okay. And that's when I said to.
The distance from O to CD is equal to the distance from O to CB is equal to the distance from O to EB is equal to the distance of O to BC. Because every point on an angle bisector is equidistant to the sides of the angle. Now then, number 13
And that's what. Whoa!
means
Daddy.
the distance
Something real bad. That's my pencil.
All Tino
the distance then from O to CD is equal to the distance from O to BE. Why am I rewriting this? We wrote this in step 2. Oh, well, it's in substitution. Finally. Yes, all the time. All right, then finally, 14.0 is on AF.
Whoa, that O is kind of funny.
Yeah, I jumped into low poly mode at some point. I really don't know why or how.
Wait, how come the distance from O is 2CD and then the distance from O plus CD? Is that what it says?
Oh, those should all say 2. There you go. Fixed it. Oh, I have to walk through the rest. Oh, where's my thing? Yes. You have angle signs here and here. This is less than.
Just a quick question. What do you think makes it boxy when you draw?
It's a really old tablet. Driver is pretty old too. It's Linux. Take your pick. That makes absolutely 0 sense. All right, when you're done with this, you need to add it to your proven statements.
All of it? What about 14? No, it's
It's on the bottom.
oh, what the point O is on what? I heard about that one. She put
Point O lands on line AF.
in the van ride and me and my
Okay, anyway. And then you need to get out your textbooks and go to page 111 if they're not already out, because this is going to be in your textbook, not your supplement. Hi, how can I help you?
does that say AF or AE?
AF.
It's a really ugly F. Gabby, you're wrong shade.
I'm hungry AF.
Let's see you have perfect penmanship on this
My
thing.
language as one.
No.
Wait,
Maybe later.
have to add the proven statement. Guys. Never mind.
Whenever I'm in love, whenever I get a crush on
That.
somebody, my body language be like.
And triangle AB, yeah. I don't know how to reword it. Yeah, I don't, it's just add that. All right, so add that to your proven statements, finish out your proof, and then we'll be back in a moment. But in the meantime, get out your book and go to page 111. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to look at page 111 of our textbook, page 111. We need to discuss the remainder of the exercises 2.24, so let's go look at that. Number 1.
Oh, wait, we need a book?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you think I pay attention? Oh, what page?
111.
112, got it.
Look on hers.
Okay.
Okay. Where is O? By the way, you need to find that if you don't know where it is, because you're going to need it in a couple weeks,
Right, okay.
because we're running out of supplement. Number 1, where is O in Theorem 29 if ABC is a right triangle and then an obtuse triangle? Okay, so think about it. Let's look back at Theorem 29. Right here. Okay, so let's say we had a right triangle. Okay, where would O land? Just think it through.
The orthocenter.
It would connect Z, X, and Y.
If I had a right triangle,
In center.
it would be at the midpoint of the hypotenuse.
Oh.
It would land at the midpoint of the hypotenuse
Well, we don't have a
because it's equidistant from here, here, and here, and in a right triangle. That equidistant point is the midpoint of the hypotenuse.
Oh. It makes sense. It's actually
We've proven that before.
pretty simple.
We've proven
For
that
now.
that is the same distance?
Yeah,
I don't remember. Okay.
that's nice.
I'll decide to believe you.
All right. What if it's an obtuse triangle? Where would it land?
On the hypotenuse, but not as hypotenuse.
We don't have a hypotenuse.
Gosh, I don't even know what to say. It's like a banana that's melted.
No, it looks like an E. It looks like an eel. Look at
Okay,
the
long story short, it would be outside the triangle.
What is that supposed to be?
It's an obtuse triangle.
And the way you said it, like everyone would know that. You're like, it's an obtuse triangle. Oh my gosh, you have a word! Where's the angle?
Do you need a ruler?
No, it wouldn't help.
Do you need me to draw it for you?
You can't. Okay, listen. Okay, I'm stuck freehanding it so you get what you get.
Can I just draw it for you?
Oh, we're still gonna throw.
Why so skinny? It doesn't need to be that skinny.
Oh, comedy gold.
Okay, anyway, it's outside the triangle. That's where we really want to point out. All right,
Oh.
guys.
Made of lines. Sorry.
Number 2. Must O in Theorem 30. So let's look at Theorem 30. Must O always lie within the triangle and explain. So, Theorem 30, we're finding the incenter. So must that always be inside the triangle? Yeah, because otherwise how else would the circle be inside the triangle? Okay, anyway, done. Number 3, can a point be found equidistant from any 3 points? Just think that one through. Can we find a point that's equidistant from any 3 given points? Wrong. What if they're all in a straight line? Okay, anyway. Number 4, can a point be found equidistant from any 3 lines? No. What if they're parallel?
I was just saying yes. I'm putting a question.
Number,
There's all these questions. I don't even see the questions.
the gray box on page 111.
Crying.
Number 6,
Where are the gray boxes? Oh, it's white.
silence. Hey, Douglas, you know that thing where we're in class and we don't talk when the teacher's talking? Or when we're doing a class exercise? Thanks. Number 6, where's the point in which the 3 altitudes of a triangle meet when the triangle is right? Okay, so keep in mind, altitudes are perpendicular to the thing. So if we have a right triangle, bear with me, okay? Okay, if I'm measuring the altitudes, do you notice that they're all going to meet here? Okay, so the right angle will be where the 3 altitudes meet. So that will be where the orthocenter is for a right triangle. For an obtuse triangle, okay, it's going to land somewhere behind the obtuse angle because that's what's going to be forced for everything in order to get perpendicular lines.
What are the altitudes again?
Altitude, height. So perpendicular. It's perpendicular to the other side from the vertex. So in order to get perpendicular, we'd have to basically extend this triangle. So like I'm actually not in the right point here. I wasn't actually like trying to aim for it, but this. Okay, this is obviously not a triangle. But if you extend it back, you would find a point where like all three meet. Obviously not in this one because I can't draw. You be quiet. All right. That is the end of 2.24. You guys have a quiz tomorrow over 220 through 222. Again, guys, there is a, excuse me. No, we're done. Stop talking. We have quiz 16 tomorrow over 220 through 222. And if you're thinking, oh, maybe Mr. S will forget and not have it done, it's already done and printed. What now? Huh? My quiz is done and printed because I had extra time last period.
God bless you for being so prepared.
Hi. No, I already closed it. Yeah. Did you need something? Oh, get it from someone else then, because I don't have it. Once I close it, the handwriting's gone. Point O is on AF. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow.
Well, that probably would help if I turned my mic on. Thanks, thanks, Lacey, for the update. Heads up. Okay. Okay. A little bit of review. Adrian, guys, the chart's out. Derek, Doug, chart's out. What is the effect of frequency on on the way the ear perceives sound? What's that called? Pitch. Job. What are sounds that can be heard? Audible sounds. What are sounds with pitches below the audible range? Huh? Infrasonic. What are sounds with pitches above the audible range? If that is infrasonic, then this has got to be close ultrasonic. What is the change in frequency caused by an object's motion? Ricky? Ricky. Conversation later, please. Nope. No. This is why the ambulance. Okay. You want checks? Then zip them. This is why the ambulance gets louder and then softer. It's called the Doppler effect. What are speeds above the speed of sound? Supersonic. What are speeds below the speed of sound? Subsonic speeds. Why or what are the numbers used to express the speed of an aircraft as the multiple of the speed of sound? Mach numbers. Good. What are the speeds above Mach 5?
Like 10,000 or something.
No, what are they called? Hypersonic. What is the violent compression pulse produced by the constructive interference between waves produced by an object moving at supersonic speeds? It was shockwave. What is the loud noise? There you go. Caused by a shock wave with an object traveling at supersonic speed. Okay, the behavior of sound waves. Reflection of sound. So we'll start out with the law of reflection. And basically, we've been saying this, but it is the angle of incident equals the angle of reflection. Okay? Sound waves back and forth, bounces back and forth off of an obstacle in a full room because they are perceived as one continuous sound. So if we were to able to, please don't, slow down in the classroom here, our sound waves, we'd be, and that would be kind of neat to do, wouldn't it? We'd be able to see somehow or hear the difference of the sound waves going off. Okay, you'd be able to hear or see, depending on how we could do it, the angle that the sounds are coming off the walls. In an empty room where the sound can bounce back and forth many times, sound seems to persist in the air for a moment before slowly fading away. Okay? That's why there's a noise that's made. You still hear that for just a second or two afterwards. You hear the aspect of it causing like the Doppler effect scenario. So it leads us to what's called reverberation, not regurgitation. Reverberation. This is the multiple reflection that causes persistence of sound. Okay. Reverberation. Huh? What? Can you not read that, Adrian? Then you probably need to move to the front. Yeah. Moving on up. Moving on up. Let's go. Let's go. Moving up. Move up. Okay. Adrian. Adrian. Next problem, you're moving up permanent. Okay. Echoes happen. Shh. An echo is the sound heard distinctly after being reflected from some object. Okay? Adrian, bring your phone up on the desk. One sec.
Gabby, don't hurt him.
Yes. No. Okay. Shh. Can't remember what this was, but sound wave travels approximately 34, and I'm thinking centimeters, maybe? No. Miles? Meters? Is that a meters? Okay. Or 110 feet through the air. Okay, that's a sound wave. An echo cannot be heard There was a delay in the class, Lacey, because of Isaac. Okay. An echo cannot be heard. Austin, 1. Ricky, 1. An echo cannot be heard if the source of the original sound is within 17 meters, 56 feet of the reflecting surface. Okay? That's why you don't hear echoes when you're talking. Okay? So you got to be within, outside of this realm, which puts it in perspective of why sonar is, okay?
I like how the S and the O in sound is so aggressive. It's like
Sound navigation and ranging system. Shh, guys. That emits sound waves underwater and analyzes the echoes to determine the size, distance, and direction of the submerged objects. They would use depth finders. Okay, a device used to pulse of ultrasonic sound to measure the depth of the water under a ship. So this is how ships know when they're coming too close to land before they hit land. They use their depth finders. What's that say up there, Adrian?
Depth finder, a device that uses pushing of ultrasonic sound to measure the depth of the water under a ship.
You got it wrong, Brett. You got a word wrong. It's pulses, not fishes.
And you also have with this echo ranging. The procedure for calculating distances by measuring the time interval that elapses between the sending of the sound and the return of an echo. Ricky, we're not playing basketball. Okay? At a wave, when it comes back, that's how you can tell the distance of where you're at. Okay? That's kind of where the idea of lightning. You hear it, you count thousandths or 1,000 seconds, and that gives you approximate location of how far away that lightning was at. Scanning sonar is how they found the Titanic. The form of sonar which uses a narrow beam of ultrasonic waves to scan the ocean floor at in a regular pattern. Okay?
That's how they found the Titanic? No, they just sent submarines down.
Well, it was a combination of both. They did send the little ones down to prove their echoes, and then found it and then researched it more by finding it. They found the two ships that way, basically. Adrian. I don't know. I honestly don't know the number. Yes, sir. Okay. Absorption has to deal with echo or reflections. Adrian. Absorption is the process of the dissipating the energy of the sound waves in matter. Okay? So you guys, and along with everything that's in the room, helps to absorb the echoes. If acoustical people, acoustical Doug, acoustical sheetrock, or whatever this is called. This isn't actual sheetrock, but acoustical is just material that, whatever it might be, absorbs the sound of what's there. When we first put our gymnasium up in Colorado at the school I was at, we didn't have anything that was acoustical. And so every little sound was magnified because of the echoes. Okay? I'm sorry. Yep. But in this gymnasium, it was very tough to coach because you had to yell and yell loud just to get over the sound of whatever balls bouncing, crowds cheering, you name it, it was there. It was tough. Okay, it didn't help my vocal cords one bit. Huh? Okay. So that's what we're talking about, acoustics. This is the study of sound. Some objects are better at acoustics than others. Some just bounce it right off. Reverberation time is the time required to clap to die away. Okay, so Doug, Clap your hands. Loud.
Everybody,
Once.
clap your hands.
Once.
Wait. Same time. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. So reverberation time of that clap was maybe, what, 1 second? Maybe not even a second? Okay. Refraction of sound. Refraction is what?
The breaking of sound into pieces.
Okay. Reflection,
Okay, I'm done.
Adrian, you want 2? Want 1? Okay. Reflection is the bouncing off. Okay. Refraction is the breaking up or the bending of the sound. Okay? Shh, guys. Compete with noises anymore. Don't want to compete with the little conversations anymore. Okay? Thank you. So the speed of sound is in air is not consistent, but varies somewhat with the temperature of the air. And we found out, we discussed this a little bit the other day, that temperature of the air will cause the various speed of the sound waves to occur. They always bend towards the medium. That slows them down. That's your refraction. Okay? Cool air, it's bouncing it up. Or does it bounce down? Okay? The way military submarines often take advantage of the similar refraction is that sound waves, they bend towards the medium. Sound travels at slightly different speeds in water of different temperatures. Okay? So if a submerged submarine hovers just beneath the boundary between the layer of the cold water and the overlying layer of warm water, sonar pulses from distant vessels may be refracted downward by the boundary of the submarines, and miss the submarines completely. So they have to be very careful. So it's a give and take of a situation. The diffraction of sound. Diffraction allows sound to be heard on the other side of an open door. Okay? Thus allows eavesdropping or eardropping or whatever you want to call it more prominent. Okay? They can travel around corners and obstacles in their path. Diffraction of sound is most prominent or pronounced when the width of the obstacle is not much greater than 1 wavelength. Okay? Yes, sir.
So when a door is closed or whatever, when people put like a glass up to the doors, like a closed door, and people are talking inside, all they're really hearing is like the sound wave hitting the door.
Basically. And depending upon the medium, the door, you know, they may or may not even hear sound. They may or may not even hear the words in there. Okay, interference of sound.
Diffraction, right? That was.
When sound waves collide.
I couldn't find it, so I put
Okay.
acoustics.
Doug, that's 1. Adrian, that's 1. When sound waves collide, they travel through each other without causing permanent distortion. So we have some interference situations. We have what's called constructive interference. That's when 2 compression pulses or 2 rarefaction pulses pass through each other. So they're just creating Okay, they're constructing something. Okay, constructing a pulse. Destructive interference is when a smaller pulse formed when a compression pulse and a rarefaction pulse pass through each other. So they create a destructive interference. And then, if two pulses are the same magnitude, destructive interference will cancel them entirely. Okay? Forming temporary silence where they interact. Constructive, number 2, constructive interference. Destructive interference, number 3. Constructive, destructive. And that's it. Tomorrow you have quiz 14, not open book. Homework tonight, 7.3. Tests starting on Thursday. Test number 5, not open book. Okay? DL's going to call it quits early today. Give you about 10 minutes to work on your homework. Get it turned in. Okay? We'll see you later, DLs.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. We're on 4.4. We're on page 135 of your textbooks. Page 135. The addition and multiplication properties of inequality were developed in the last two sections and were used to solve linear inequalities. The properties are both summarized in the table below. Recall that though the less than symbol is shown, the property is also true for other inequality relationships. Multiplying or dividing both sides of an inequality by a negative number, be sure to reverse the inequality symbol. So let's just go straight to example A. Basically, we're combining the last two lessons. Example 4.4a. We are given 2x plus 3 is less than 5. I swear that's 5. Okay. 2x plus 3 is less than 5. Let's go through here. First thing we should probably do is subtract 3 from both sides. And then I get 2x is less than, class? 2. There we go. All right, we're going to divide both sides by 2 then. And x equals, or sorry, x is less than 1. Okay? Okay. I made this too long. I'm going to have to be too detailed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. It's less than, so equals is not an option, and then we shade to the left. By the way, it only works that the sign is going the same direction as you're shading if x is on the left. Some of you need to reevaluate that. I'm just throwing that out there. X cannot end up on the right. All right, we good? Cool, example B. My number lines will be far less detailed, but that is the level I expect from all of you guys. Make sure your mask is covering your nose and mouth. Make sure you're not eating food. And make sure that your pencils are out and that you're taking notes, because that's how this works. You're on wafer thin ice. No, you're done. Stop talking. Example 4.4b, we have negative 5x plus 1 is less than or equal to 16. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to subtract 1 from both sides. I get negative 5x is less than or equal to 15, right? Then I'm going to divide both sides by negative 5. Now, what red flag should have just gone off in your head?
That it's negative.
Yep, we got to switch the signs because it's a negative. So we're going to have x is greater than or equal to 10. No, sorry, that's division. Rip. 15 divided by 5 is 3. Negative 3. Yes, I know. I was getting there. Okay. So now when I go through and draw my number line, okay, again, I'm only going to show a segment of it, but equals is included, so I close the circle, and then we shade to the right. Example C. Adrian, face the front and be quiet. That is your final warning. No, I don't want to hear it. That's why I'm telling you to be quiet. Example C, we have 3 times x minus 1 plus 2 is greater than 5. So first thing we should do is subtract 2 from both sides. I suppose we could distribute the 3 too. We'll do it in the same step. Why not? So we get 3x minus 3 is greater than what? 3. Let's make sure we're watching the screen and paying attention. 3 times x, 3 times negative 1 is negative 3. Oh, rip. I did the subtraction too early. That's why we don't do that. Rip. Okay, apparently I'm struggling today.
Wait.
You add 3 and then you add 3 to the other side, so it's 7. You add 1 to both sides, so it's 6, and then you divide.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. I'm letting them get caught up. Okay. All I did was distribute the 3 for the first step. Okay? Because, yeah, you shouldn't be doing both at the same time. I was being an idiot because it created the same problem. Okay. So 3 times x is 3x. 3 times negative 1 is negative 3.
You have a pointer.
Negative 3 plus 2 is negative 1. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to subtract, or sorry, excuse me, we're going to add 1. Rip. All right. And we get 3x is greater than 6. Thank you. The person who's answering is not even in the class. Okay. Then we divide by 3, yes. So I just completely fell flat on my face at the beginning of there. All right, and of course, if this is our number line and this is 2, we leave a circle and then we shade to the right. You're right, you're not. I can though for the sake of demonstration.
Hold up, you can though, because you're a teacher and you're always correct.
What? No. All right, we're on example D.
Sorry, it's hot back here, bro.
Thank you, actually. That was getting right in my eyes. All right, so we have 17 is greater than or equal to negative 2 times x minus 4 minus x. Hi. You have 2 minutes. Go. Oh, 3. Wash your hands. Go.
Yeah, I always switch the sides.
Okay, yes, we can, but I'm going to wait until it's simplified. Okay? So we have 17 is greater than or equal to, and we're going to distribute this negative 2. So I get negative 2x plus 8 minus x. Notice I have like terms here and here. So negative 2x and negative x becomes negative 3x plus 8. So now we can subtract 8 from both sides. And we get 9 is greater than or equal to negative 3x. Now we're going to divide by negative 3, which does what? Flips the sign. So I get, no, negative 3 is less than or equal to x. And then we have to simplify, or we have to flip it so that x is on the left. X is greater than or equal to negative 3. Okay? So then when I have my number line, and this is negative 3, this has to be filled in, and we shade to the right. X has to land on the left now that we're doing inequalities. Otherwise, the sign doesn't work as far as graphing. Okay? Yes?
Okay, so we combine like terms like it's negative x and negative 2x.
Yeah.
When you're combining, you don't change the sign of it, so it doesn't become positive. So you add
You follow your regular sign numbers rules. So these are the same sign being added together. So we add the number, keep the sign. Yeah. So you keep that, yes. As far as it's the same rule. Like if we had a negative and a positive, you would still subtract and keep the bigger sign. Can you? Okay. You can go outside where you're supposed to be because you're talking. Okay, then you can be quiet. That's your options. No. All right, so normally here's where I would turn you guys loose. But before that, get out a piece of paper. Get out a pencil.
Pop quiz. Wait, what?
No.
that's it.
I was about to cry.
Get out a piece of paper and a pencil. I'm going to do the hardest problem in your practice. So that way you guys can see a complex example. Number 20, we have... All right. Shh. Seriously, stop talking.
Not even what we have to do.
I know. So that way when you have the ones you have to do, you have examples of all the different levels of difficulty. So we have 4 times x minus 3 minus 6 times x plus 1 is less than or equal to 4 times 3x plus 4 minus 2 times 8 plus 6x. Even though it looks way more complex, it's only as hard as you make it. Okay? So the first thing we're going to do is distribute. So 4 times x and 4 times negative 3 is 4x minus 12. Then we get negative 6 times x and negative 6 times 1. So we get negative 6x minus 6. This is less than or equal to, and now we're going to distribute this 4. We get 12x plus 16. Amethyst, I really do need you to be quiet if you're going to be in here, or I'm going to kick you out and send you to the office. And then we have negative 2 times each term in here, so negative 2 times 8 is negative 16, and negative 12x. Okay? Now, what you're going to probably notice is that we should probably start combining like terms. So on the left, okay, I have 4x and negative 6x. This gives me negative 2x. I have negative 12 and negative 6. That's going to give me negative 18. When I go through and combine 12x and negative 12x, what do I get?
0.
So I don't have to write anything down. If I combine positive 16 and negative 16, what do I get? 0.
Oh, it's a negative.
Yeah, so 0. There's nothing left there. This got real easy real fast. Okay, anyway.
So the answer is
So we're going to have, yes?
How come when you take away the 12 from negative 12, wouldn't there be an x or no?
No? If I have 12 x's and take away 12 x's, I've gotten rid of all the x's. All right, we get negative 2x. Whoops, rip. We're going to add 18 to both sides. So we get negative 2x is less than or equal to 0 plus 18, which is?
18.
Yep. Now, I'm going to divide by negative 2. And x is greater than or equal to, because we have to flip. Oh, whoops, that's the negative. So 9, negative 9. Okay, so at negative 9, we fill it in, we shade to the right. Okay? Now you have one of every difficulty. So here's what we're going to do. Your homework tonight. Practice. 4.4, blue problems only.
Yes. You're now my favorite teacher of the day.
If you have questions, you need to ask in the next 25 minutes you have available to you. If you spend time goofing off and not participating in class, that is demerits. I'm done with the whole, I'm going to do whatever I want in class and then fail. Okay? It's nonsense. I give you time to work, use it. Okay? Is it on this immediately? Okay, what?
Our homework, so just blue only, or the other ones extra credit?
No. That's only on reviews.
So with like the sections where you could turn in today, like for makeup for the
Yeah.
grade, you want me to send that to you on your for like regular email or?
Google Classroom. Just send it. Just resubmit it. Okay. You weren't in here when I said it, Adrian, so I'm going to repeat it. Okay? You are doing practice 4.4 blue for homework. You are expected to be working on it the entire time in class until it is done, and you're not to distract yourself or others doing anything else. And if there is any distraction, I'll just start issuing demerits because I'm done. Okay? Not just you. You just happen to be the only one not in here when I said it. Okay? Cool. That's what you guys are working on. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later. If you have a question, throw it in chat or send me a text or email, and I'll do my best to answer it. All right? I'll see you guys later.